Okay. Hello, everyone. Starting off another Sunday stream. So some things have changed since the last stream. I actually hit Twitch affiliate, so there are now going to be ads running on the channel. I have it set to the default, like just in the middle. So hopefully that'll be okay. And I can also get subs now. And I think I just got one. Like, let me double check. Who is it from? Because I got the sub before the stream, and I don't have... Who was it from? Who was it from? Who was it from? It was from... There's so many... There's so many tabs on Twitch. I always get lost every time I go to try and to find anything. What was it under? I don't remember what it was under. Oh, I'm getting an ad break message now that there's gonna be an ad. Wow. Hello. Well, I'll wait after the ad to answer all these messages, because I think it's gonna start in like 8 seconds. In the meantime, I'm gonna try and find, whoever subscribed already. Where was it? Where was it? I guess I can, in the meantime. Just waiting for this ad break to end. Got 59 seconds left. All right. Actually, I'm gonna really quickly file new. I don't exactly know if people are seeing this without the ad, but I'm I'm just waiting for this ad to end, if anyone has just jumped in. So and I'm also just getting a file ready to work on. Okay. /1/24. Awesome. Okay. Oh, is the ad over? Is the ad ended now? Okay. All right. Aw, JD, thank you for subscribing. Or, oh, they gifted a sub. Oh, that's very nice. Okay, I don't understand how Twitch works. Okay, I did find who the other person who subscribed was Shadowflame611. So thank you, Shadowflame611, for subscribing before the stream even started. Really appreciate it. Yeah, and also I think I set up. I also have a Ko-fi that I think it's. I think there's a bot that will It's supposed to show up and be like, here's the link to my Ko-fi sometimes. I don't know whether or not it'll work. We'll see. It's my same name, though. Anyways, let me go through chat and reply to everyone, because I was waiting for that ad break to end. Yes, good afternoon, Bumper Car, Ben's Beanie, Sean, All the Parakeet, and JD. Yes, I have ads now, like a real streamer. Bumper Car says, loved the cleaned up Brooklyn, by the way. Thank you. Hello, Idle Compy. Okay, so... okay, so EFAS just subscribed. So does it work like that you gifted a sub to them? Okay. I'm... no worries also if you can't support. But if you can, that's awesome. Oh, a pizza ad. First time chat from TV Drama Queen. Hello, hello. All right. So this is the cleaned up sketch, one of the cleaned up sketches from last time. Let's see. Yeah, originally these were the sketches we did last time. I'm gonna clean up these similarly before I post them, and I also want to finish this one at some point. I don't know if I'm gonna do that on stream, because actually today we're gonna start off drawing Kenji. Oh wait, JD says I gifted a sub but didn't specify, so it just goes to a random user. In hindsight, it may be better to gift to people in the... Whoa. Wow. Wow. Thank you, Sean, 527. Wow. Just gifted like 10 subs to everyone. Yeah, JD, I'm also a boomer. I also don't know how any of this works. Wow, that's really appreciated. Thank you. I'm sure everyone else really appreciates that too. Hi, Fernando. Oh. Oh, your founder's badge. I don't know. I gave people I knew in real life VIP badges. I don't know if you could change. I don't know. I don't know anything. I don't know anything about Twitch. I'm just like flying by the seat of my pants. But yeah. Diadolog says, what do bits do? I also do not know what bits do. Fernando, if you can explain, because you're the VTuber. Bits are money. Okay. Lesbian chill check. Hello. Okay, so 80 bits equals 80 cents, and 100 is $1. Okay. If people want to use bits, that's cool. I don't have anything planned for them right now because I barely understand how they work. Toaster Drake, hello. Welcome, first time chatter. Oh, JD, I gave you a VIP badge. So I think you can. Do you only get like one? I don't know how many badges you can have. But yeah, I gave you guys the VIP badges so I could remember like whenever people I know show up in chat, so I can hopefully. Toaster Drake says, got myself a Twitch account for these streams. Awesome. All right. Let's try and actually draw something now. now that I've been sitting here with this blank canvas while trying to figure out what's going on with Twitch. Let's see. 5, brush settings are not where I want them, as usual. Okay, there we go. So today I'm going to start off with a little warm-up of Kenji, and then I'm going to do something in Storyboard Pro, actually. I'm going to do like a little scene. Oh, also thank you, Fernando, for subscribing. Yeah. Hype train for real. Okay. So, Kenji's trailer, Kenji's trailer has like some set dressing that we never actually used around the outside, but I thought about it all the time. He's got this cooler next to this Adirondack chair, and he's also got like he's got this hammock outside, and he also is his laundry is like hung up there. So I think someone asked me for like one of my headcanons in a previous stream, and one of my headcanons is actually that Kenji Kenji just sits in this chair watching the Parasaurolophus run by sometimes with like a 6-pack and maybe a pack of cigs. And oh, hype train. I don't know what that is, but that's cool. Level 4 hype train. Wow. Hype trailer. Yes, hype trailer. So I'm gonna... Okay, yeah, you do... Hype chest? What is this? Twitch? Okay. An emoji. Touch of salt emote. Sure. But yeah, the hammock, the sad trailer, and Fernando did get a founder's badge. Okay, good. Yeah. So, Kenji sitting in his chair like that one Shinji picture. Yeah, yeah. Oh no. Get out of here. Get out of here, bot. Okay. Banned. I got him. Alright, so the chair. Okay, I don't think I can show the Blender file on stream, but I do have a Blender file for my own reference. Oops, let's see. Yeah. Oh man, Blender. If I can remember. Oh man, every program has totally different controls, and I always forget which one I'm in to zoom in and zoom out. Okay. So I'm gonna start off doing like a little thumbnail, some thumbnail ideas. I also need... It's so difficult to stream because you've gotta have your stream windows open, but you also need your drawing reference. I understand why you have 3 monitors, Fernando. Oh, okay, there's Kenji reference. Bob Ross emote. Yeah, Bumper Car says, Kenji would still cry at the Parasaurolophus. He literally does. Sad man who appreciates life. Yeah. Al the Parakeet says, Kenji listening to his divorced dad rock. Oh, for sure. So I'm thinking, like, just something where he's just, like, leaned back in the chair, and the cooler's there, It's like a Adirondack chair, because it'll lean him back like even further, because they lean back pretty far. Like you could see how far back it leans. I'm thinking maybe this is taking place, maybe like, this is kind of messed up, but maybe this just happened like, I don't know if this, it would make more sense if it would happen like right after they broke up or right after she died. One of the two, maybe both. I don't know exactly. He's having a rough time either way. I'm glad we already have people talking about old man shipping in the chat. Let's see. I'm gonna try and find some extra reference just to... I wanna try and exaggerate this lean a bit. Let's see how much I can do that. And just kind of really exaggerate like how down he's feeling in this moment. And I feel like I'm also not going to put him in his regular clothes. I'm going to put him in like a depression outfit, maybe. Like... Let's see. Yeah, and the beard. Mm-hmm. JD, Fernando, help, what are channel points? Fernando, ooh, gamer lighting. Fernando says, you accumulate those while watching, you can spend them on things the Twitch streamer offers in chat. I don't know what I'm offering in chat. Toaster Drake, it's raining too, but he's too emo to care, like, yeah. You mean his regular clothes aren't his depression outfit? No, like, I think he looks pretty well, like, a little more put together, like, in the actual show. But 2 jackets, that's not depressing. Bumper car. Yeah. Fernando's right. I don't have anything set up for now, so you can save them for now. JD says, what are you offering, Heidi? A virtual pat on the head. I'm not offering anything currently, no. JD, ew, don't touch me. So there's one. There's another pose option I might do. Where's that one? kind of, okay, I kind of want it, not this yeah, I kind of wanted to have kind of, like this vibe, I think. Let's see, I'm gonna, just for inspiration, I'm gonna put that over there. Fernando says, lol, channel point redeems aren't necessary, but you can set up sounds the chat can set off or sketch redeems or anything really. I don't know how to do that yet, but at some point maybe I'll look into it. Lesbian Chillchuck says, we're offering Old Man Yowie from the chat. JD says, oh my god, down the line I know what sounds she can set off. Which sounds, JD? Diadolic, why did it take me this long to notice the little cigarette? Yes, incredible things are happening. Okay, I'm gonna do like a couple other like pose options, just until I kind of feeling it, and then I'm gonna draw the chair, and then I'll draw Kenji. That's the plan for this. I'm hoping not to spend too much time on it because there's something else I want to spend more time on. What are some other like leaning poses that are kind of Oh, Fernando, OMG, so many from Jurassic. Yeah, that's true, I guess. Oh yeah, you're right. Season 2 Kenji sounds. Okay, that'll have to wait until after spoiler, yeah. They'll have to wait until that comes out. You're right, JD. That's correct. Yeah, no spoilers, but that'll be really good, actually. Bots and Magic redeemed to watch a full episode of MASH on stream. Oh god. Yeah, I definitely, it would be fun to subject people to watching MASH with me. Just all my favorites, all my favorite episodes. Let's see. I think... Oh, I just saw one. Ah, dang it. Shit. I'm just kind of loosely indicating the chair right now because I'm gonna draw the chair separately on its own layer. Diadolux says, so him laughing and having a really good time. Yeah, strange smile. Yeah, he's having a grand old time. Bumper Cars hats JD and says, when season 2 is released and I find out what this means, I'm gonna make a rant on twitter.com. I kind of like this one. Yeah, I'm feeling just that leaning sag from this. I don't know. I'll think about both of these while I'm drawing the chair. But whoops. I don't want that. Whoops. I don't want you on that layer. Ah. Hang on. I accidentally drew on my photo reference layers. I'm just gonna organize this really quick. Okay. Thumbnail. And merge those. And here we go. Okay. So the chair. It's just like an actually what I think I might be able to do. It's just like an Adirondack chair. Oh, I just need like, yeah. Perfect. Oh, I've lost the chat. King of the Al the Parakeet says King of the Hill, but it's just the kids chilling outside of Kenji's trailer. Dialog says God, he's such a mood. Oh. Lesbian Chilchuck says Kenji's always been my favorite since Camp Cretaceous. Can't believe I've had to go through his depression era multiple times. JD says, hey, it's already September. Just 1 month to go. Yeah, we don't know when the trailer's coming. I hope it's this month. Al says, maximum chilling. Bro's leaning so far back he's gonna crack his skull. Okay, chair. The most exciting thing to draw is chairs. Not really, but you got it. You got to do it. I want this on a different layer. But this will be easier for like posing him to have to draw the chair first for this particular pose, I think, because it's gonna dictate so much of like where, like where the arm, like where the armrests are, and like where he can lean, and that kind of thing. So. It's for the best in this case. If I can just draw the chair. Okay, and then it has like that. I had to build an Adirondack chair in high school, so I'm like, I should know how this goes. But I had to build one in like shop class or something, and I think I gave it to my grandma. I don't know if it was ever used much because it just sat outside on her porch. I think this needs to be a little taller. And And this is just going to be kind of like the base sketch for it, like the really loosely just trying to be like, is this vaguely shaped like a chair? If this was like a storyboard, I could probably turn this in and it would be fine, because you could tell like right now like it's supposed to be a chair. But ooh, Idle Compy says my birthday month is in October. I'll be thriving. And Dialog said, happy birthday, by the way. And Dialog said, Jurassic World Chaos Theory said, happy birthday. We got all your faves. And those faves are suffering. Bumper Car says, I can draw anything but hands and objects. My weaknesses. That's such a mood. Sean says, I'm hoping for the trailer this week, but at this point they may just wait for Geeked Week. Yeah, I don't know. Because they also didn't, like, put anything for Geeked Week for us, which is kind of strange. Oh, we've got an ad break starting in about a minute. For anyone who's going to get an ad. I'm just going to keep drawing and not talk during that, probably. Lesbian Chillchuck says, I hate drawing chairs and tables so bad. Okay. Actually, how am I feeling about this angle? I might... I might do a slightly different angle, actually. Okay, I think the ad break is over for people who've got ads. It would be funny if that happened, if that thing that happened with the Camp Cretaceous Season 4 Japanese trailer dropping in the middle of the night and then got quickly deleted. Oh, jeez. see. Was I gonna... Oh yeah. So I think I mentioned in some of my posts, but I'm gonna attempt to like some kind of a schedule where I do like drawing streams on Sundays and Wednesdays, like in the afternoon, starting around like 1 or either 1 or 2 p.m., just depending on what is convenient for me at the time. And this week I'm also gonna do like an like this Wednesday I might not do, my next stream might not be like Jurassic related. I think I might use it to work. I haven't drawn a new like icon for myself in a couple years. I've been meaning to do that, so I might use the stream, the Wednesday stream, to work on that. And then I also have an additional stream planned this week on Friday, because it's gonna be like, it's not gonna be a drawing stream. It's gonna be like a booster box opening stream for Disney Lorcana, because so I do illustrations for Disney Lorcana, like freelance, and they actually will send, it's in my contract that they'll send the artists like a free box of the cards like from the set that they worked on. So I'm getting that like this week, so I thought I might open it, one of from the newest set this week, so I thought I might open that on stream, like just casual for fun. So yeah, unboxing stream. Yeah. I actually already got, I already bought like a box from the set myself, because I just really love all the card art, and I like to have all the card art. So this is my second box actually that I have. It's like my little treat every few months whenever they release one. I gave up Pokemon cards to get into Lorcana, and I still haven't actually gotten into like playing any games. Like I played a few like test games with a couple friends, but I sometime I need to sit down and actually like get some decks together. Fernanda says if they don't release a Lorcana art book, I will write it. It's currently a DIY art book where you just have to buy all the cards and put them in a book. And hope that they release like a high enough quality version of the version of the card you did to share with people. This is really taking me back to shop class. I'm just like flashing back to putting one of these together right now. Do people still take shop class? Like, is shop class still like a thing? I feel like a lot of American like high schools, they got rid of classes like that. Fernando says, already I gotta go, but have an awesome stream and congrats on all the subs. Yeah, thank you, Fernando. It's always appreciated. You can stop by even for a bit. And I appreciate all the streaming advice, because I don't understand anything on Twitch. Al the Parakeet says, that is such a good chair, OMG. Thanks. This is life hack. If you need to draw an object, you just gotta find reference. I have like a couple of different, I have like the Blender file of the chair, which is actually like low poly, and then I have like a reference of like a real Adirondack chair up for like the details. So like the angle of the chair I'm referencing from this Blender file that I have, and then the details I'm referencing from a couple. There's some things I might cheat because I'm kind of lazy, but I'm referencing from the other thing. JD says, I took blacksmithing in high school. Does that count? That sounds incredible. That sounds way more metal than wood shop. I guess it wasn't necessarily just wood shop. I think technically there was a shop element where you could learn to do welding and stuff also if you kept going. I think I only took the wood shop part. But oh man. Lesbian Chillshuck says, I saw your Lena card. I love her so much. Thank you. She was really fun to draw. Al the Parakeet says, I had it shop in middle school. Idle Compy says, I never took a shop class, but I did have to build a cardboard chair in another class. Toaster Drake says, I had design and tech class, which was woodworking, etc. Dialog says, we didn't even have pottery at my high school. And Al says, blacksmithing, I wish. We had robotics. Robotics? Damn. My school never would have done that. It was because it was like in Texas. So they were in the middle of nowhere. So they were like, of course you gotta do shop class. But I don't know if it's still going, actually. Dialog says, we had an animation course, but the curriculum was not great. Oh, man. High school animation courses are really fascinating to me, because I feel like whenever they offer that, like, they say they're an animation course, but it's really, like, some of the times they wind up being, like, just, like, weird, like, motion graphics courses or something, because they don't actually know, like, the teachers, like, they'll get the class and they don't actually know anything about animation. Because I think technically my high school offered something that had like animation in the name, but it absolutely was not. That wasn't what it was. It was like Dialog says, we technically had robotics, but it was just a club, not an actual class you could take. Oh, okay. Sean says, I built a desk that folded flat against the wall. They still have it. They make talkative kids sit at it away from the other kids. And GAD says, it was a workshop/club type and not an actual class, I guess. And the teacher was our business teacher, Lamau. In hindsight, there's probably a ton of safety violations, but I survived and made a lockpick set. Ooh. I think this is supposed to, let's see. Trying to figure out. This is such a strange design. Okay, I'm just figuring out this one thing on the side, and I'm almost done with this chair. So it's got like, the one I made, I think it was like a solid, just like solid rectangle like this, but this one, it's got like this curved thing for the seat. And then the slats are sitting on top of it. Okay. All right. I think This low poly file is making it very confusing on what's going on with this chair. Okay, because I think this is supposed to come down a little bit over there. Let's see. I don't think the slats go all the way down. So it would be like... feels like it would be a little... Yeah, okay. Think something like that, and then this would come out here. You'd see that angle of it. Yeah, it's roughly like that. Logic, chair logic. AI can't do this. AI can't figure out how chairs work. Everyone's just in the chat like, you had blacksmithing, we had robotics, we had painting. Oh, All the Parakeet says there was a club for the class too. They went to competitions and such. I got to be part of the first animation class at my high school before graduating. The teacher knew more about photography, but it was nice to have his input on angles and all. Yeah, that would be a good... That is a good place to start with for animation photography. GID says, they don't make metal-plated shoes for little girls, and I had to wear a pair that was 6 sizes too big for me. The Adalog says, neither of my animation teachers had a real background in animation. They went to school for TV production, and it definitely showed. I'll just leave it at that. Oh, man. I had animation classes at my high school. It was an actual animation class, lol. We even had people from Cartoon Network come in for talks, which was cool. Ooh. Dialog says, okay, but safety hazards aside, that sounds so sick, in reply to GAD talking about her blacksmithing class. Yeah, like, I feel like any high school that offered, home ec, like cooking classes or shop classes, like inevitably, or just like even just regular chemistry classes, inevitably like children would wind up getting like burned or like burning themselves or getting cut or doing so, because like I don't think anything bad happened in my shop class, but our shop teacher was always like, yeah, I've had kids like who didn't listen to instructions who like cut their fingers off, so like don't do anything like unsafe around the equipment. Oh, lesbian chill truck. At the same high school, the home ec kids set fire to the kitchen. Yeah. I think in my chemistry class, the teacher had, he had like what was it called? He had like, he'd write your name up on the board if he saw that you were stupid and you burned yourself. I did burn myself on my finger while we were like, because I think we were doing glass blowing, like a glass blowing experiment or something. And I did burn myself, but I like managed not to react, and you didn't notice, so my name didn't wind up on the board. I was very proud of my deception. This one should peek out just a little bit over here. Kind of doing like some final little tweaks on getting this chair base nice, and then we can draw Kenji. We're almost there. Okay, so oops, no. So it's got these the slats that you sit on. I'm just gonna indicate that, and they are technically nailed. It's not that important, but they're technically nailed down. And then I think there's, let's see. I think on most chairs of this type, they'll wind up being a piece of wood in the middle, instead of there being a seam in the middle. Yeah. So if that's like roughly the middle, like something like that, it'll be like something like that. I think I'm gonna lean it back just a little more. And just use the skew tool and lean it back just a little more. Because it feels like it's a little too upright. Part of it might be the angle that I'm drawing it at, but yeah, that feels pretty good. Bumper Car says that chair is the best chair to have ever chaired. And JD says, after you're done, you need to cover it all up with Kenji, though, rip. Hey, though. This way, though, you're not drawing the chair around Kenji. Okay, I don't need that layer. That was the old sketch layer. And, yeah. So... chair. And I'm gonna just double check the perspective. Oh, I was also gonna do the watercolor. I can do the cooler like a little bit afterwards. Okay. There, that feels a little more grounded. Perfect. Lesbian Chilchuck says, shaking my head, Kenji ruining the design of this beautiful chair. Bumper Car says, just post the chair on its own. It's beautiful. Kenji takes the floor. JD says the chair sits on Kenji instead. The chair is smoking. Kenji's just there for decoration. Yeah, just the chair is just... Wait, that angle's a little off. the chair is just having a real one. Dialog, the chair just went through a rough breakup with his longtime table girlfriend. In 6 chair... JD says, in 6 chair sonas. Chariots. No. Idle compy. Ben's not a chair, but rather a bench. Oh dear. Alright, chair. You're going to lower opacity now. It's Kenji time. Kenji rough sketch time. Let's see, the thumbnails. I think I'm gonna do this one. Look at that. It already fits pretty well. Planning. Sean says, hey, now I leave for 5 minutes to check on my missus, and suddenly Smoker Kenji is confirmed canon. To be fair, to be clear, this is just for fun. This is not, these sketches are not canon, technically. They're just my own fan art. But Bumper Car says yes, and everyone is a chair. Hive-Winged Dragon says, damn, she good. Thank you. JD, cherry you. No, it's canon. You made the show. Yeah, that's how that works. Okay, this is the Kenji layer. Okay. Alright. Begone, chair reference. I don't need you anymore. Kenji reference. Hello. Owl the Parakeet, Casa de Kenji, and it's just him laid out on the lawn. Hive-winged dragon. I can only draw small dragons. Lesbian chill check. Drawing dragons are awesome, though. Absolutely, yeah. The parakeet. It should be cursed Kenji. Oh, it looks like we got an ad break coming up in 40 seconds, so I'm just gonna draw without saying anything during the ad break. I might raise, this is my chair, so I can do anything with it, and I think I might raise the arms just a bit, so it's a little better for him leaning on stuff. There we go. Okay, I think the ad break is over. Let's see. JD says Darius are being hunted, and then Darius is a chair. Al the parakeet says the handler just has a chainsaw. Oh god. Thank you, JD, for gifting Hive-winged Dragon a sub. Very nice of you. Whoops. Sorry about that. All the parakeets Hysterius opens the door and it's just a bench. Man, I was like telling myself like, I'm not gonna make a new costume for myself this year for Halloween. I'll just wear something I already have. But then I keep going like, oh, there's like a little bug inside of me that's like, oh, what if you sewed Marcial's dress from Dungeon Meshing? What if you made her staff? You already have a wig you could braid. And I'm just like, no! I don't know if I have time. But I am thinking about it now. JD says, hiding out for a sec to make late lunch, BRB. See you later, JD. Also, Dialog says, thinking about Bench and his van. Who let the damn Bench drive? Oh, I'm assuming this would be an AU where everyone's furniture, right? So I guess all the furniture would drive. Let's see. Hive-Winged Dragon has redeemed a highlight my message that says sup, hello. I will also reiterate again, I am very new to Twitch, so I don't know how everything works on Twitch. You changed your chat identity. I don't know what that means. Ah, you have the star now that you subbed. Yeah, nice. Idle Compy says, everyone in the world is normal except the 6 pieces of furniture that survived on Nublar. Lesbian Chillchuck says, I keep getting points on here and I don't have a clue either what it means. Yeah, I'm also like, I don't know. Hive-Winged Dragon says Kenji needs to be at the store. IKEA mainly. Yeah, he's not even sitting on the chair like at his trailer. He's just in an IKEA doing this. Maybe this is when he bought the chair. Lesbian Chilchuck says, I love Kenji's pose. I would say he's enjoying life, but we know. Bumper car, it's just Kenji, his cig, his 13-in-1 bottle, and chair. Al says, careful Kenji, be sure to tap the cigarette every once in a while or you'll start a forest fire. Lesbian Chilchuck says, the employees don't know what to do with him. They should hire him, says Hive-Winged Dragon. Yeah, he does need an ashtray, doesn't he? Here. He's not going to start a forest fire, I promise. Here's his ashtray. Sean says he bought the store, they can't do anything. Lesbian Chilchuck, maybe that's where all his money went. Alice says he's stuck in the infinite IKEA. The only IKEA I've ever been to is the one in Burbank here, and I think it's technically like the largest one in the world, which is really crazy, but oh man, I feel like every time I go there I always get lost. Especially if like I feel like it's not like a problem if I'm just going through it, but if I'm like trying to go somewhere specific or like I backtrack, that's when it happens. When you have to like backtrack and you have to like go through like the little the secret like dividers between like where you're supposed to go, like the arrows, you know what I mean? Bumper Car says, imagine if this wasn't a kid's show. This is what they'd see when pulling up to Kenji's store. No. This is specific, like, I do think that he is, like, in a better place. Like, I think this is where he might have... I will clarify. I don't think this is him, like, all the time, like, afterwards. I think this is, like, directly after all that stuff happens. I would say that, like... I would say he's not doing this, like, every single day. If this was like an adult show, I think he'd still be legitimately like doing better, because he is like got his climbing school and he's like trying to pick up his life and stuff. But he has been here. Marorui, I'm gonna say it, I always say it wrong, 75 says, I've been so busy all day, I'm glad I can finally relax and join the stream. Glad you could come. Bumper Car, I've never been inside an IKEA, but I've heard the stories. It's a place, alright. just a little bit lighter while working on Kenji. I'm not so sure about his hand coming down and forming this tangent with this back leg here. Because I really like his arm hanging down, but I have realized that it does form a little bit of a tangent. I'm not sure if there's like a whole lot I can do if I want to keep this pose, to avoid that. But I'll keep it rough, but I'm gonna think about it. I'm gonna think about maybe changing it so that it doesn't intersect like that. I wonder if I can just like adjust it slightly and not get it quite so bad. Sometimes I might just fade it out a little bit in the background whenever I clean it up. So we'll see. The parakeet says, I've been to one once because it's smack dab in the middle of Atlanta and I don't want to get lost. Idle Compy says the nearest IKEA for me is like 5 hours away. Yeah, when I grew up, there wasn't one nearby me. Sean says he's in the Infinity IKEA. You can't leave until you've cured your depression. And the more depressed you are, the more words like anchor spell and Sundvik appear in green text all over your body. Oh, jeez. Bumper car. He bought a trailer's worth of stickers. You sure about that? Listen. We've all started a business and accidentally ordered more than we realized we needed to start it. Mo says not only that, but he was so incredibly excited that they glow in the dark. Toaster Drake suggests he's reaching for another beer. Yeah, I also thought about that. Yeah, I might play around. All the parakeet. What beer is he drinking? Well, if this was sanctioned by DreamWorks, this is not. This is just fan art. I'm going to reiterate again. He would probably have to be drinking root beer, and he would not be smoking. Definitely not. I don't know. Because this is in Colorado. I'm not sure what would be popular in Colorado to drink. Because like if he was in Texas and doing this, I would be like, oh, it's definitely a Lone Star. Just the shittiest Texas beer ever. Al the Parakeet says, or is it a White Claw? Yeah, I could see him just having a whole bunch of White Claws. Oh my gosh. Alice says, turn the cigarette into a lollipop. Oldest trick in the book. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Okay. Let's go a little bit on his expression here. Because we've almost got his base down. I think I'm going to have him kind of like... Let's see. Yeah, I kind of like him looking down a little more like this pose. Uh, Bumper Car says, it's cold in Colorado, right? He's just smoking the air. Yeah. Mo says, Kenji, sigh, another long day at work. He had no lessons that day. Actually, I'm gonna move this. Nope. This a little closer. I'm not referencing this pose exactly, but just to kind of think about this expression. Not 100% on this. Alright, that'll do for now, I think. I feel really bad. I feel really bad for Kenji in this. Okay. I'm gonna draw the cooler really quick, and then I'm gonna do like a pass on Kenji. Oh, JD's back. Looks like. Lesbian Chiltruck says, Heidi's drawing emo Kenji and we're discussing his father's relationship. His father's situationship. Yeah, this is Kenji's reaction to... No. This is Kenji's reaction to finding out all of his father's past relationships. Ben's beanie. Kenji's going through it. JD says, I still have a birthday boy Eddie K-pop photo card. Oh yeah, JD makes K-pop photo cards of all the characters, and some of our co-workers. Yeah, if you send it to me, I could show them. If I can find where I put my Discord tab. Dialog says, I know you had a bunch of Darius K-pop photo cards, but who else do you have? JD had all of them made, I think, after the show finally came out. Oh, yeah. Whoops. No. Why didn't it let me copy? Copy image. Please. Yeah, there we go. and a Dr. Wu K-pop photo card. Oh, we're getting an ad break in a minute, but... Yep. JD, I thought you took a picture of, like, all of them. Like, you had, like, a bunch of them together. Or did you just take a picture of, like, all the Darius ones, like, fanned out when you got them? Because I think I have a lot of them, but it would be... I have them pinned up. So it would be kind of difficult to take them down. Oh, JD says she only showed the full picture to the crew. break ends in a minute and a half. Okay, I need to close Discord now because my reference was there. Oh my gosh. Of this, put on a separate layer. Oh, I think the ad ended. Oh, JD, what did JD say? Okay, I found the picture. I'll send it to you. I need to reprint. These are all out after San Diego Comic-Con. There, yeah. Whoops. Hang on. So these are all the K-pop, all the recent K-pop cards JD got made. She gave them to like a lot of the crew and stuff. Yeah. JD says they're all out because Paul got all of them. Yeah, I think I have a number of them also. But yeah. So those are the K-pop cards. Al the Parakeet says Kenji is getting the chat beamed directly into his brain. Bumper Car says the only time we see Kenji with a real smile. I'm pretty sure, like, JD, didn't you say you had to take the Netflix icon because you couldn't find any shots of Kenji smiling? Okay. So what I'm gonna do is I'm trying to decide. I think oops. I think I might not take this all the way because I want to work on something else. Also this stream, but I will. I'm just gonna fill this in really quickly so that it looks like something. And then I'm gonna actually move into Storyboard Pro soon to do like I had an idea for like a little scene. Well, it's not like a scene, it's gonna be just a shot, but it's I'm gonna put like a slight animation on it. And I'm probably going to spend the rest of the stream working on that. But yeah. I'll probably finish this Kenji, like, do another pass on him, like, off stream. Kind of similar to what I did with that Brooklyn sketch that I cleaned up and posted. But yeah, this is we've got the base sketch now, so that's good. And yeah, I think I also might take like a little break to grab a snack. Let me double check chat really quick. Yeah, JD says, yeah, the Kenji card is the Netflix icon because I couldn't get a good screenshot from season 1 of him smiling. He's just so mad or sad at all times. Al the parakeet says, yeah, he only smiles in the promo stuff, I noticed. Lesbian Chilchuck, he smiles at least once during the show. That's not a flashback moment. Yeah, JD, so the background is very red and it's really funny. Oh yeah, JD says, yeah, he was smiling in the background when Darius was looking at the glowing parasaurs, but it was like 5 pixels wide, so I couldn't. I think he also smiles whenever Darius is like trying to climb. Yeah, Lesbian Chilchuck says that. Bumper Car, how long are you planning the stream to be? I'm probably gonna go to like 6 or 7. I just have to leave around then to go cat sitting and to get dinner. Yeah, JD, also, he had some really good expressions towards the end of the season, but it was very dark in those two, unfortunately. You just gotta lighten them, that was what I was saying. But yeah. Alright, I'm gonna... I'm gonna take a little break and be back at 4, and then we're gonna move on to working in Storyboard Pro for a bit. And actually, hang on. I say that and I'm like, oh, actually I think for right now I want this colored a different shade of, hang on. And I want the chair, where's the chair? Where? Yeah. Oops, it's too dark. Uh, yeah. Okay. Hang on a second. I just want to screen cap that really quick. All right. I'll keep the stream running, but I'll be back soon. And JD's got a class at 4. Yeah. Thanks for coming, JD. JD says this was fun. Congrats, Heidi, on being a real Twitch streamer. Yeah. All right. I'll see you guys in a bit. Myself. And we're back. I think everyone was talking about Ben being bald in the chat. Alright, so I'm gonna switch over to Storyboard Pro. Oh, I haven't drawn in Storyboard Pro in forever. But, okay. Diatalog says, hey, I think you hit your next follower goal while you're gone. Oh, nice. 70 followers. Awesome. I think it just like automatically sets those or something. Anyways, so, for what I wanted to do in Storyboard Pro, one of the things I always thought about was, so like the kids don't get a whole lot of sleep on the show, right? But like I think there's a couple instances where, which one is it that I need? Okay. There's a couple instances where they technically would have had the opportunity to sleep. And some of them would have had the opportunity to sleep. And one of those opportunities, is technically, the night between when Kenji and Darius, Darius gets left behind with Kenji, and that night, and then the next day is when they go to visit Daniel, right? So I'm like, okay, so they probably slept that night. Kenji definitely slept in his trailer. Where would Darius have slept? That's a very small trailer. But there's a detail outside, another detail outside his trailer I always thought about, and there's just this hammock here. So I think, yeah, I think my headcanon's always been that Kenji made Darius sleep on the hammock. So I'm gonna draw that. I'm gonna make it I'm gonna like, I don't know how far I'll get, like, but my plan also is to kind of like, animate it like slightly, so that like the hammock's kind of like drifting in the breeze, and I think, so like I have a secret angle that, is not, like, I think these are the only, like, 2 publicly posted angles, because I don't know if the designer posted all the designs, for the outside of the trailer, but I have a secret angle, and I know that, this window is right next to Kenji's bed, so I think what my plan is to have Darius sleeping on the hammock, and then have yeah, you can see the window right here, and then kind of like animate Darius, kind of like really like loosely animate him, kind of just like sitting there like as it's kind of swinging in the breeze, and then have Kenji maybe like peek out the window and then like close the blinds. So that is my vision. And you guys are gonna see, let's see if I can remember, okay, I was using that brush. Do I want this brush? Yeah. You're gonna see a little bit of how I draw in Storyboard Pro. It's a little different than how I draw in Photoshop, because in Storyboard Pro, it's easiest to use like these vector-based brushes. And it's much like quicker. So we'll see. We'll see how, oh, we've got another ad break coming up, but yeah, Mo says, help, it has spiders in it. Bumper car, no pillows, no nothing, just suffering. Yeah, well, he's got his puffer jacket. He can just have his puffer jacket. And Al the parakeet says, I mean, it's not that bad. Darius is probably tired enough that he'd pass out. Yeah, it's like, it's a hammock. It's a little more comfortable. It's got to be more comfortable than sleeping in Ben's van, right? Mo, could I have a blanket, Kenji? Cue Kenji staring at him and slowly closing his trailer door. Bumper car. Darius wakes up to a compy on his chest or something. Yeah. Alright, I think we got an ad break. I'm gonna get started on the thumbnail. Okay, I think the ad break is over. So I'm kind of roughing out like the rough composition in this thumbnail here. This is kind of what I would do like when I was storyboarding. Like before actually boarding anything, I'd draw like a really small thumbnail. You see that I do that also whenever I'm planning out like larger poses and stuff too. And this kind of helps like not get too caught up in the details while you're still planning like a larger idea. So so we're gonna have Darius like on the hammock there, and Kenji's trailer is so strange. He's like, I think it's theoretically supposed to be mobile, but it's like stacked up on these like tires. I think, yeah, like it's stacked up on these tires. I guess it's so bizarre. I guess that's where, is that where the trailer hitch is supposed to be? Because it's got normal wheels back here. I don't know, man. He really put this together. Let's see. Chat says, Al the Parakeet says, Darius gets the scratchy blanket. It's the only blanket. Sorry, dude. Mo says, I would rather sleep outside than in Ben's crusty passed down through 5 generations van. It's not entirely outside. Like, I mean, it's outside, but there's cover here, you know? If it rained, he'd be okay. Bumper Car says, it's a blanket Kenji found on the side of the road. Idle compy. Not even a blanket, just a tarp. A blue tarp. The spare tarp for over the, yeah. Oh my gosh. Annie Mott says, I made it. Hello. Welcome. I am drawing. Okay, so here, I'll show you what I just drew. For a warm-up in Photoshop, I drew Kenji having a time. Hello. Hello, delete this. I'm not on break. So yeah, I drew Kenji, like maybe this is Kenji right after either Brooklyn broke up with him or after she died. Anyways, he's doing much better now than this, but this was him at his lowest. And now, let's see, turn that off. Now what I'm doing, I was just saying, I got that idea from seeing some of the furniture and like set dressing outside of his trailer that we never used directly in the show. It was more just like about the set dressing. But you see, like I got the idea for him sitting in that chair because I saw that he had like this Adirondack chair with the cooler. The other idea I've had is the idea that Kenji and Darius, like, it's implied that they got a night's sleep between the time that Darius went to go meet Kenji. I mean, Darius was left behind with Kenji, and the next day when they go to visit Daniel. And I was like, well, where would Darius have slept? Because there's only that one bed inside the trailer, and Kenji and Darius aren't on great terms. And I've always thought like, oh, maybe Kenji made Darius sleep in the hammock. So I'm gonna do like a little like Storyboard Pro scene based on this idea. But yeah. And he's that Kenji smoking a joint. It was supposed to be a regular cigarette. I guess he is in Colorado, but... Yeah, Alice says he is in Colorado. We couldn't put that in a kid's show, though. Annie says, hey, I made a post about that. I think most people agreed that Darius slept on the mountain. I would... I hope he didn't sleep on the mountain. I liked it. Darius could have gotten back down. He had climbing ropes. I'm sure he could have gotten back down. But when he did get back down, Kenji just, I'm sure he did not let Darius inside. And idle copy plot twist. He spent all night trying to get down from the mountain. I'm sure he could have gotten down. He got up there. It's probably much faster to get down, right? Okay. So... I'm going to be starting out, again, like doing the base. So that was my thumbnail that I did for like the composition. And, let's see. I'm just gonna, I think having Darius like right in the middle is all right. I'm a little, I could mess around with the angle more, but I think this scene is kind of I want there to be enough room to have Kenji here and have him not be too crowded. And I want there to be enough room so that like you can see like with the hammock and everything. So, yeah, I'm just gonna get started on it, like, and not worry too much about the composition all that much, but bumper car. Darius made it halfway down the mountain and fell into the water. I've gone, I will say, like, having gone, I haven't gone like rock climbing like outside, but I've gone to like climbing gyms before, and it is like with no harness, and it is always at least for me, it's always easier coming down than going up. But because you don't have to pull yourself up, like when you're going down. Like that's one of the hardest things about climbing, honestly, is like pulling yourself up. But at least in my very limited experience as a beginner, so like I'd probably be like around the same level as Darius, honestly. But let's see. I think that actually goes out a little farther. So one thing you can probably see is there's like a big difference in like the line quality in Storyboard Pro from Photoshop. And I do like drawing in Photoshop. I feel like Storyboard Pro is much easier for like storyboarding kind of things, with the vector lines. And I have done like completed like illustrations and stuff in Storyboard Pro, and I know some people who do like to do that, like but the only drawback is that you don't have as much like, you can't render as much as you can in Photoshop. Like you can't do like as many layers and like photo effects and like that kind of thing, because it's vector based, and it is meant, since it is meant for storyboarding, you're not expected to need like as much of a, as robust of a program for like editing color and doing like weird effects with color and light and all that stuff. So on the one hand, it can be really great if you just want to focus on like lines and just the values, like, and doing more of like a cell shaded kind of look. But yeah, so if anyone was wondering why I will switch back and forth, it just depends on like what I want to do with the drawing, and also sometimes just like the mood of like how I want to draw. I feel like you can get more, it's easier to do more detail in Photoshop, but it's easier to do things like quick in Storyboard Pro. And of course, again, more of a storyboard, like loose style. Annie says, rock climbing outside is wild, I'll tell ya. Oh man. Idle Compy says, I've done rock climbing one whole time and fell. The harness caught me, but it also caused me to slam my back into the wall side. Ouch. Al says, I can't do rock climbing. That's scary, but I've gone whitewater rafting and got thrown under the raft in the rapids. That's just as fun. Oh God. That's really dangerous. I'm pretty sure, like in Lord of the Rings, I'm pretty sure, like, didn't like Viggo Mortensen almost die because he got pulled, like he was doing like one of his own stunts and he got pulled under the water and he almost drowned because he couldn't get back up because they were going through rapids or something. Dialog says, can't do rock climbing either, terrified of heights. I know one of my coworkers, Ben Holm, he does rock climbing, like for real. Like, he goes to a climbing gym, and he also like just rock climbs like outside. I don't mind going to a climbing gym, but like rock climbing outside does scare me like a little bit, because I'm like, oh man, if you do something wrong, you could die. But seeing now, this is a little... I think this attachment goes right here. There's like a little hook. There's like a little hook that got installed in this trailer for the hammock. And then the other side of this is tied to like this tree over here. Which angle do I like better? And he says the worst part about rock climbing outside is the self-belay where you basically have to trust the rock will hold your anchor. Yeah. I've seen, at the climbing gym here, I've seen like really crazy, crazy stuff where, those climbers who can climb like basically like upside down, because they have like such good, like with no harness or anything, because they just have such good grip strength. That's crazy to me. I've watched some of them do that, and I'm just like, oh man. Kind of like a straight angle. Yeah, I'll do that for now. Oh, the parakeet says, I had a helmet and came out completely unscathed. Another person on the raft fell out during a calm part and somehow got cut. Ooh. Bumper car says, I almost drowned by boogie boarding. That was fun. Oh, no. Mo says, people dislike Kenji's hair, but it's actually such a smart choice since he had to constantly wear a helmet. Take it from someone who does a sport where you constantly have to wear one. It's better to have shorter hair. It's safer too. Oh yeah. Like there's no way Kenji would have been able to keep his hair like gelled up in that point like that with that helmet. For sure. It was always a it was always a miracle on Camp Cretaceous whenever he had to put a helmet on because of standards and practices, and then his hair came out looking fine afterwards. Whenever he'd take the helmet off between shots. I think that was probably most definitely a consideration for sure in his design. Like what would make sense for him, like as a climber, like someone who rock climbs like basically every day. He probably wouldn't want to have his hair like too long or gelled up. Dietolog, unpopular opinion, but I think Kenji's hair is fine. Cute, even. Oh, we got a lot of Kenji hair love in the chat. Bumper Car says, it's cute, even with him using 13 and 1. Mo, he would use 13 in one. Al says, his hair is just hard for me to draw for some reason. I feel you. I feel you. It is something to get used to. Yeah, like, you just get used to the hair gel style. The Jimmy Neutron hairstyle. Mo says, I do horseback riding and wish my hair looked perfect after I take off my helmet. Oh man, yeah. I'm just drawing all of this on one layer for right now. But when I go to, like, I'm probably going to separate it, separate these elements soon. I don't normally, like, I'm going to be going, like, a little farther than I normally would for this, like, for a storyboard. This is already, like, pretty clean. Like, maybe slightly cleaner than, like, for a normal storyboard. This would be like, I would do something like this clean for a shot that I was going to reuse like a whole lot or something. This is, I'm going to kind of do this kind of, if anyone ever saw that one like looped animation I did of Darius and the truck, it's going to be similar to that. So it's going to be a little cleaner than like a normal storyboard, and things are going to need to be on different layers, and everything's going to be shaded and filled in, so that I can basically do like a little animation on everything, and yeah. Let's see. Mo says Kenji only gave Darius a 1-layer hammock to sleep on. It's not a very, like, this is it for the hammock. That's it. Yeah. Diadalog says, out of the Nublar 6, were there any characters that took you a while to get used to in Chaos Theory, visually or to draw? Oh, Kenji for sure. I think I said this in a different stream, but like the shorthand for Kenji and Camp Cretaceous was really easy because you could just do that and you'd know it was Kenji. But in this one, like, because his hair takes more steps than just drawing like a triangle. So like, there was like a moment where I was like, well, how like, because if you look at it like at the model, it's like this weird like hexagon shape, and then he's got like the bangs, and he's also kind of got like more of the life sucked out of him in all the shots he's in. But like doing like this weird hexagon shape for the hair, like it takes so much longer to draw like that. So what I wound up doing, I wound up like drawing it like that, like what I wound up doing is I kind of did I kind of stole how I drew like Yaz's hair, and I kind of try to like kind of do like this thing where I like simplify it a little more into this, and it's a lot easier. This is a lot easier shorthand, I figured out, but it is like difficult, like whoops. Yeah, it is difficult, like it doesn't read quite as fast, but it's what you have to do. Al the parakeet says, yeah, he got that hammock at a yard sale. Bumper car, when Darius sits in it, he flips off. It has, Moore says it has 5 holes in it and it's basically falling apart. No, like, I don't think it is falling apart. I think it, like, it looks fine. It just looks cheap. I don't think it's falling apart. I mean, Kenji uses it, I would assume. So that's gotta count for something. Oh man, Ropamics. Yeah, so I uncensored you. Trapezoid-haired mother, yeah. Yeah, Idle Compy says, Camp Cretaceous, Kenji having that big ol' smile compared to Chaos Theory, Kenji's glare. Yeah, I think, like, all the scenes I drew Kenji in the show, he was always, like, he was always either thinking about Brooklyn or just, like, looking at Darius and, like, immediately having his mood just, like, completely dampened. Or Cabrera was there, and so he was mad at Cabrera. Yeah, he's got no idea what's to come. Okay, I was working on the rough. I'm probably gonna make this a little more detailed to, like, I'm gonna have to draw blinds so I can draw them, like, opening and closing. But it'll be all good. So yeah, there is, like, at least Darius, if it rains overnight, Darius will be protected. There's, like, this little, there's this tarp thing that was, that Kenji hung up over the hammock. So he's not, like, completely out in the weather. And Darius has his really nice puffer jacket, so he can stay nice and warm. It's all good. Not a problem at all. One thing I love about Storyboard Pro is it's so much easier to nudge lines around than it is in Photoshop if you want to change something, because it's all vector based. I think there's technically, like, a tree that's, like, in the foreground here. Just, like, start to indicate that. We'll see how I feel about the tree framing this. I feel like it's really close to the edge. Like, both of these trees are really close to the edge. So in a bit, I might see about, like, just, like, slightly adjusting some of the elements around, something I do sometimes, like, to try and find, like, the best angle. 'Cause, like, yeah, like, something like this might be better, because that way this isn't, yeah, because that way Darius and Kenji will be, like, on the rule of thirds lines, like, more positioned on the rule of thirds lines, and then this tree, it feels more like it's framing the picture, and it's not so, like oh, like, on the edge, like, right there. And then I might just add, like, I think there isn't really, like, a whole lot of foliage, but I might add just, like, a little something like in the foreground, like that. Let's see. Lesbian Chill Check says, will Kenji smile at least once in season 2? Well, I'll have to find out. Mo says, it fills up with water, then collapses. Kenji gets shocked, awake, and then realizes that Darius is underneath the tarp and has a good night's rest. Oh no. Life is Funnish. Hello. Welcome. Oh, we've got an ad break. Alright, I'm gonna quietly continue working while the ad break is going on, and then I'll continue to catch up with chat. I think this line goes a little, the horizon's a little farther up. Okay, is the ad over? I think the ad's over. Yeah, so yeah, you can subscribe now. Yeah, I made affiliate since the last stream, so I turned on ads to try and get a little revenue, and I also have subscriptions now. And I have just realized I don't think the Ko-fi bot that I tried to set up actually, I don't know if it actually did anything in chat. But I do also have a Ko-fi. But it's also, yeah, I think it's also like this, the timing worked out as far as like making affiliate, because I think there's like some promotion going on with Twitch for September, like September. But so I think it's like discounted, but like you still get like it's discounted for people to get to buy them, but then I think we still get the same amount of money or something like that. Anyway, I don't know a whole lot of how Twitch works, but yeah. The Artistic Seal says, get that bag. Yeah. And he says, oh, in that case, congrats. Yeah. But yeah. Yeah, for people who are just tuning in, just I'm drawing like a little scene that wasn't shown in the show, but I've always thought like, oh, where did Darius sleep? Like the night between getting left at Kenji's and going to Daniel's place, and I've always thought like, oh, they're not on good terms. I don't think Kenji would have let him sleep in the trailer, but there is this hammock outside. So that's what we're drawing. Okay. I think I might need to start separating out a few more of these because this, I think this, okay. Clothesline. Do I have all this space out correctly? I'm just double checking some things as far as some of the proportions. It doesn't have to be exact because this is, but I would like it to be close. Okay, I think that's pretty good. So I think like in, as far as like what is on Kenji's clothesline, in this canon, that what was shown on the clothesline at the time, it's just like he's got like a t-shirt and some jeans on the line. I kind of want to put like some underwear and socks on the line too. Oh, it's so tiny. Just like, you know, Kenji put it out specifically for for Darius, so that he'd just have like all this laundry like in his face while he's trying to sleep. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, like he put them out to dry right as Darius was about to sleep. Additional laundry. Like he just washed his underwear and socks in the sink while he was waiting for Darius to figure out his way down the mountain. Let's see. I'm gonna look up laundry on the line to get the hang right. Life is Funnish says, I'm so glad I woke up when I did, or I would have missed this. Lol. Well, I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here anyways. All the parakeets says Darius gets to use the shirt as a blanket. Lesbian chill check dishwasher socks. Starmy, I'm so late. I didn't know it was today. Yeah, so whenever I post time, yeah, so I mentioned earlier I'm probably gonna for right now my schedule is gonna be Sunday and Wednesday afternoons in Pacific time. So whatever time zone you're in, just like convert your whatever time it is for you to Pacific time. But yeah, that's how that will work, because everyone's in different time zones, and time zones are very difficult to coordinate. Let's see. What's some good laundry reference? These are all like all the laundry references I'm seeing, it's all just like pants and shirts. I need some underwear and socks. Where are all the underwear and socks? Google, you're letting me down so hard right now. Oh yeah, so what we drew before this, also I guess for the people who just got here, was this. Oh yeah, I think it should be fine to if you want to go back on the stream and like share any of like the K-pop pictures that JD shared, you could probably grab those. Yeah, Darius and Bench. Because I think I spent a while drawing this chair, and then everyone started talking about an AU where everyone was chairs or something in the chat. Anyways, so that was earlier. Okay, I am still looking for laundry rough. Yeah. I guess I'm gonna have to. There we go. Yeah, there we go. I needed like the specific hang. Oh, I'm gonna really quick. I'm just gonna indicate like a little Darius for scale. Like this is my a very rough like. Let's see. Just so I know how big to make the clothes on the line. Really. Maybe I'll have him like not sleeping yet, but just kind of like sitting up like, well, now what? It doesn't have to be exact right now. And I'm also gonna have like Kenji like peek out from the blinds and then like shut the blinds. 'Cause his bed's right here. So this is like about the level of something I might turn in for a rough storyboard, like where it's just like the kind of like the gesture and the mood is like really, really roughly indicated, and like the size. So like this would be like for a rough, like this might be something I would turn in for like a rough pitch, and then and you can see like one of the things I'm doing is like I'm just kind of like loosely indicating like which characters are which, with just like we got Darius's hair, we got the collar from his jacket, so you know that's who that is. And yeah, that would be good enough for a rough. A pretty and some, if it stayed like a wide shot and it was, and we were in a hurry, sometimes it might even go to clean like that. If there wasn't like a huge, it would depend. Like they might want like more of a pass on like at least the face, but the body would probably be fine, like this, because it indicates like all the information you need to know to read it. Oh yeah, let's see. Chat. Yeah, bald Ben. Starmy says maybe I should have stayed offline. Mo says Camp Cretaceous, except everything is the same, but Manticore Island is actually IKEA. Oh my gosh. Oh, Life is Funnish subscribed. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Diadolog says, have you ever used Clip Studio Paint, by the way, Heidi? I know it's not really considered industry standard for illustration or animation, but you can use pretty much any brush to make vector or raster lines depending on the settings you have on. Yes, I have used Clip Studio Paint. And it does have a lot of like really useful features to it, but yeah, the only problem is it's not it's not industry standard. So like, one of the biggest reasons that I use the programs I use is because I need files to be turned in a specific format. Like most studios, whenever you do storyboards, they'll want you to have Storyboard Pro, and they'll want their stuff to be turned in as, I guess he would be sagging a bit. Anyway, that's just the rough. I'll do that whenever I get back to it. We're going to move on to laundry. But one of the things is that you will need to have your files like formatted a specific way a lot of the time, and yeah. So like for my illustration freelance, like a lot of times people don't care like for some illustration like what file type something is if they just want the finished like JPEG, but for I do cards for Disney Lorcana, and they want the Photoshop files because they use Photoshop, and a lot of places actually still use Photoshop as a standard file, and you can do Photoshop files in other programs, but I have actually run into a problem where if you are transferring files back and forth, sometimes things will get messed up. Like sometimes the colors will get changed when you're transferring files, or the like sometimes also it's like you don't sometimes I do work where you need to have like a really specific color profile, and sometimes it doesn't transfer to some programs correctly. And I've also had an issue with layers, different layer styles, because I use a lot of different like layer effects and layer styles in Photoshop, and they're not always supported in other programs. So that's another issue. And so like I use Photoshop for basically all my non-vector illustrations, and usually the stuff where I'm doing like lots of stuff with color and things, and then Photoshop. And then Storyboard Pro, of course, for storyboards, basically is the industry standard. On Camp Cretaceous, we actually did have to board in Photoshop also because in a lot of feature productions, they'll still have you board in like Photoshop. And they'll use it in conjunction with this really awful program called Flix, which is like an industry-only program. Like you can only really use it if you're working at a studio, and it's basically like a program that just like it like sequences all your individual files, essentially. So like it's if you boarded something in Photoshop, like there's two different ways you could do it. Like you could either board it in like you could either board it in the timeline, and I think that's what I did, and I would just export it from the timeline, or you can board things using layers, and like each layer would essentially be like your panel. And I think that's what like a lot of other people did. And you'd have to export it to Flix, and it always took forever because Flix was so slow, and you had to be connected to the internet to get it to work. It was really awful. I'm really glad we did not do that on Chaos Theory, and we just did it in Storyboard Pro. But yeah, it's just some insight into programs and stuff. If you are ever in a situation where like if you are turning something in and you're not going to have someone down the line like who needs to, hang on, I need a cough. If you're not having someone down the line who's going to be, who needs to edit it, I definitely, yeah, like if you can use Procreate or Clip Studio Paint or something, like go for it, for sure. But a lot of times, professional workflows, they do need, like, you will wind up having to do like there might be someone who needs to make an edit to something down the line, so you will have to have like a standardized, like everyone's using the same program. So so that everyone can open the file and make edits to it if they have to. Al the Parakeet says Kenji starts playing Candy Crush full volume and Darius hears it muffled. Just the whole night. Yeah, dialog. That's understandable. The file types. Yes, it's always the file types. Oh no. Starmie's having ramen problems. Dialog, the stream, industry art talk, the chat, noodles. Good luck with your noodles. Oh, Al the Parakeet, we're discussing Kenji's diet. He has nothing in that fridge. Cup noodles for days. Oh man, or it's just... Does he have a microwave? I feel like he had a microwave. I could see him having just like a bunch of frozen dinners, like Hungry Man dinners. He definitely doesn't cook in there. Diatalog says, okay, gotta go now. Looking forward to Wednesday. Well, thank you for coming. Lesbian Chiljuk. He lives like a college student. Kind of has to. There's not like a whole lot going on in that trailer. Okay, question for the chat. Do we think Kenji is a boxer or briefs kind of guy? Very, very important question for the underwear. That I'm gonna draw here. Briefs. Briefs are definitely funnier to draw, like, because I feel like boxers, like it just looks like shorts, you know. But briefs, you have like that really nice, yeah, like you get the really nice silhouette. Let's see, I need, yeah. Yeah, briefs would be funnier, definitely. Boxers, but they got hearts. I feel like that's such, like, it's so... I feel like that joke used to be funny, but it gets used so often. Like, oh, you got hearts on your little boxers. I think Kenji would probably have, like, some shorter socks also. In addition to the long ones. Like, some sporty... short socks. Why is it asterisking the word briefs? Oh, I don't even see that it's doing that from here. Huh. Oh no. Wait, Starmie said they're cringy couple ones with Brooklyn's face printed all over it. Oh no. He kept them because he can't afford more. I don't know if I want to draw this. That sounds awful. Mo says he sleeps on a pillow with Brooklyn's printed face. Oh no. One has Brooklyn. It has Brooklyn on one side and the other side is Nick Cage. Yeah. Oh dear. Oh man. know why I didn't just copy that other sock earlier. That would have been easier. Yeah, something like that. Alice says Nick Cage would never hurt him like Brooklyn did. Oh, Kenji. All right. Let's see. Oh, one thing I forgot to mention. So you might have noticed that I have these black bars on the framing my composition. This is because the aspect ratio. This is a leftover from the aspect ratio that we worked in on Jurassic World Chaos Theory. I think it was a 2-to-1 aspect ratio, which was Camp Cretaceous was at this aspect ratio, like a standard like HD like TV standard aspect ratio. And originally we actually wanted the aspect ratio we were going to have was going to be like, we pitched doing, oh wait, I don't want it on there. We pitched doing like, where's my square? There we go. We pitched doing like, hello? Hello? Oh wait. It's been so long since I've used Storyboard Pro, I'm like forgetting. Okay. We pitched doing an aspect ratio that was like closer, come on, closer to this. So it would have been like a really cinematic aspect ratio. Oh, we're on an ad break. Okay, I'll continue this after the ad break. Separating out some of these. Right. Oh yeah, if you're subbed, there's no ad, but there might be some people who still get ads. Okay. Right. Ad is done. But let's see. Anyways, what was I saying? I was saying, I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I was talking about the aspect ratio. Yeah, so we pitched having this aspect ratio, but I think someone was like, oh no, we have to have it in the same aspect ratio as Dominion. So we wound up getting wound up being compromised to this aspect ratio, which I still like. It's I'm glad we were able to still compromise to get something that felt more cinematic. But it would have been really cool if we had been able to get this aspect ratio. And you notice it does go to this aspect ratio for the flashbacks still. But anyways, so just one little something. We actually did board the first episode in that. But oh yeah, the reason why the file isn't set up with the, like, we didn't set up the file without the bar, like the files without the bars, is because there was a brief period of time where it was like, oh, we might not be able to do that, so we might have to still have everything, the information that goes beyond this in case we need to turn off the bars. So all our files look like this, and I've gotten used to, like, whenever I do chaos theory, like, related things, I've gotten used to just keeping the bars on because it feels right to me. But yeah. Oh yeah, the one sock by itself. This implies that Kenji went through 3 pairs of socks in one outfit. Sweaty feet. Lesbian chill chuck. To be honest, the show already feels cinematic the way it is. It could have been more cinematic, though. It could have been even more cinematic. Let's see. Yeah, someone gifted a bunch of... Sean gifted a bunch of subs, and I think JD gifted a couple subs. Yeah, first time chat from the great director. Hello. Yeah, the flashbacks looked real cinematic. Yeah. The artistic seal. If it makes you feel better, this aspect ratio is great for fan edits. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I am a stickler. I love older movies where they put everything in like the CinemaScope aspect ratio. I was really excited when when we almost went that wide for the whole thing. And also like I think one of the arguments was like, oh, the dinosaur, like the reason why the original Jurassic Park, it's always stated like the reason why the original Jurassic Park was done in this aspect ratio. It's always said it's so the dinosaurs can look big, and that is true. Like especially for the original one where you want to have it be a little more vertical, like to capture like all the brachiosaurs and like the scale of the T-Rex and everything for the first time. But I think with our show, like on Chaos Theory, and the Camp Cretaceous was the same aspect ratio for that reason as well. I think for Chaos Theory though, because it was meant to be more of like a thriller and more like based around the human characters, I think we could have made it work. And like a lot of the drama isn't necessarily like, I mean, a lot of the focus wasn't necessarily on like, look at how big this dinosaur is. Isn't that amazing? It was more on like, they're in like an enclosed space and there's a raptor after them. And a lot of the scenes in Chaos Theory also were like, yeah, it's like a lot of really tense like dialogue scenes and like that kind of thing. And it also because it's a road trip show, it's also showcasing like a lot of different environments, and like that also is a really great me personally, I believe that is also like a really great aspect ratio for any kind of show or movie where you are kind of showcasing like environments and like where like locations and things like that. But anyways, I'm still glad we got what we got. Yeah, it is yeah. It's in Chaos Theory aspect ratio is kind of in the middle of the action aspect ratio and the spectacle aspect ratio. Says Annie. Mo says, I love the more intimate looking aspects of the cinematography. The artistic seal. And what beautiful environments we got. Yeah, the design team knocked it out of the park. Yeah, I think a lot of us were apprehensive about doing a road trip show, like in the United States, because a lot of, like, since it was, I'm going to quickly do, like, indicate the background. It's just trees, but I think I can turn, I don't think I need anything from that thumbnail later anymore. I think some of us were definitely, like, apprehensive of it being a road trip show. Let's see. Yeah, I'll do that color, that shade of gray. Some of us are apprehensive about it being a road trip show because it was like, oh, are we going to have enough budget for all those different locations? That was definitely a concern. Because at Camp Cretaceous, like, a lot of the locations, it was just like, it's the jungle. We're just repurposing the jungle again. And, like, if you do watch Chaos Theory, you can see, if you pay attention close enough, you can see that we did repurpose a lot of locations, actually. Shout out to that one turnout from the freeway that we used over and over. But I can also confirm that the United States is just like that when you're on a road trip. Everything does kind of look the same, no matter where you are in the United States. So I think that actually kind of worked for it in its favor a little bit. But yeah, even, and then like Kenji's trailer set, actually, the set itself, like, without the trailer and everything, but that clearing, that actually got reused a whole lot too. Stormy says, the detail is what gets me, like the clothes and the characters as a whole felt so real. Bumper Car says, I was literally gaping when the backgrounds were shown. Stormy says, like the close-ups where you can see pores and like the minor eye details, insane. Oh yeah. Yeah, everything was really, really well done by like all the different teams, like the CG team's design. I'm really happy with like how everyone was able to pull everything together. You hope everything will come together on things like this, but it doesn't always happen. or a lot of times like things will be like, it's close enough for what we're getting paid. But yeah, everyone was really able to throw everything into this one. Yeah, Life is Funish. I made my brother watch it with me, and he was like, they're literally getting off at the same exit every time. Yeah, that was the only exit we had. Yeah, I love how they go up the same road like 5 times. It also wasn't that long, so it had to be recycled a bunch. Don't pay too close attention when the background driving, they're driving by. I'm actually going to push this in the background. I'm starting to separate the layers more. And one thing you're going to see is I'm going to start like changing the color of some of the layers so that things I have this this toggle here that's like what is it called? The auto light table. It's basically like kind of emulating drawing on a light table is all it is. Like if you were at an animation desk, that kind of thing. And anyway, one thing I do whenever I storyboard is a lot of the time, if a character is not interacting with anything important in the background, one of the easiest things you could do to make them stand apart and whatever is important in the foreground from the background is to just take whatever you're drawing in the background and tone it just like a pretty light gray, so that it like creates like a really quick like atmospheric perspective effect. It pushes the background back and it makes everything that you want to pop in the foreground pop. I'm also gonna take these. Oh, I might do that with the car also, because the car is really not important. Like I indicated that it was there, but it's also, oh, and then you can also see, so you also might have noticed that like, yeah, I adjusted this slightly to frame it a little differently so that they would both be closer to these rule of thirds lines. And I still have information that I drew outside of it, which is still helpful because it helps me get like this nice angle for the hammock, and it's like, yeah, there's a tree there, and I went through the trouble of drawing it. If I needed to move this shot around, like if I wound up doing like something with this scene where like Darius got up and he like walked over here, I could track him and there would still be more background over here. So Storyboard Pro is really great in that you can like you can have a lot of stuff like outside the frame and then move the camera around to get the frame to get the frame feeling nice, to get like the best like composition you could find, and also like if anyone down the line needs to move everything, they can really quickly like move the frame. Yeah. Oh yeah, I wish, Mo says, wish we got to see more of Northern California though. Yeah, Northern California is gorgeous. Colorado is also very pretty. I love Colorado. Okay. I'm separating things out into more layers than I normally would. Mostly just for, oh, actually, I want the hammock. I want the hammock even on its own layer. Because I'm gonna probably, oops, not that one, this one. There we go. Because I'm probably gonna animate that separately, so I need it separate. I'm just gonna make it like the hammock like a slightly dark gray, but still pretty dark. And the trailer, yeah. Okay. All the parakeet. It's pretty out there, but it does have moments where it's just the same. I feel like all of America has places like that. Yeah, because like I think the place in America. Okay, I've road tripped through the United States myself, and I think actually the place that I least want to drive through again is actually Wyoming. Like no, like there is like really nothing in Wyoming. I In the SoCal desert, there's at least like I feel like there's at least you'll see like a lot of highways and stuff. And you'll see like a town like here and there, or a ghost town, or like a truck stop or something. But I don't know, something about like having driven through both. There was something about driving through Wyoming that felt like no one lived in most of the state. And like even the capital is like 20 miles away from Colorado. Like even the capital felt like it was trying to exit the state. And like Yellowstone is also like on the edge of the state, like trying to get out. That's the thing. Yeah, like it does have Yellowstone, but it is like trying to leave Yellowstone. Part of Yellowstone is not in Wyoming. But like if you drive through Wyoming though, like there's just like huge stretches of road too where it's very clear that no one like it's like rural land, but it's clear that no one lives there. And it's really strange. I think the soil is not good or something, and so like not a whole lot of people farm there. And like a lot of it's owned by the government, and I think there's also like a whole deal with like a lot of rich people will have weird like weird shell businesses in Wyoming or something. I don't remember exactly why. I know that was like a whole thing. Oh man. Mo says there's some states where there's just nothing, like Montana. Yeah. Like, I think Montana, the thing about Wyoming too, like no one lived in Wyoming, and it also is just like all just hit like just really loosely rolling hills is like for hours and hours and hours, and it all looked the same. I think in Montana, like it's also pretty sparsely populated in Montana, but I feel like at least the part of Montana that I drove through, it was I felt like there were lots of rivers, and you'd like there would be no one living there, but you'd see like a lot of people like just fishing on the side of the road and stuff. But yeah. Al the Parakeet says, okay, but like entering Montana and seeing those mountains from afar, there's this one road that runs parallel to them, and it's beautiful. The mountains here are old and worn down. Mm-hmm. Okay. I'm gonna have to, yeah. I'm gonna have to adjust the hammock a little bit to indicate that Darius is actually sitting in it. Because it would be, like, sagging a bit from having him in it. Yeah, like that. That's better. Life is finished. Quick, Darius, take all the laundry and pile it on top of yourself to keep warm. Except the undies. Idle compy. My backyard. Oh. Hang on. My backyard, trees. Front yard, trees. What's surrounding the road of my place? You'll never guess it. Trees. Live down a dirt road like some yeehaw son of a gun. And he says, where I'm from, there's just farms and fields, small towns around the island, and the occasional plantation. Yay. Oh, man. Yeah, like, one thing I think that's interesting, so I'm from Texas, and, like, I feel like a lot of people get it into their head that Texas is, like, all of it's just the desert. And technically West Texas is desert. But a lot of it's not actually desert. I'm from the San Antonio area, like the hill country, like near San Antonio, which is also, I think, roughly where Sammy was supposed to be from. And it's like lots of oak trees and rolling hills and stuff. And there's other parts of Texas, like if you go up north, like closer to Oklahoma, everything's flat and it's like lots of fields. And if you go down to the coast, it's flat, lots of fields. And then also the one of the most questionable beaches you can swim in the United States, because it's right off the coast where a lot of people do oil, like a lot of people are doing stuff with oil, and sometimes there's oil spills and all that fun stuff. And I feel like like whenever you go to the beach in Texas, there's always just like a big pile of seaweed on the shore. But there's also like parts of Texas that there's just like a few random parts, like kind of in the east, mid-east part of Texas, where there's just like a bunch of pine trees everywhere out of nowhere. And there's also just like lots of like weird little like micro ecosystems that don't look like anywhere else in Texas, just in the middle of like like wider parts of Texas that everyone always thinks about when they think of Texas. Mo says, yeah, a fun family trip with a side of oil exposure. We get a lot of seaweed in our shores too. It smells rotten. Yeah, it also smells pretty bad. SoCal beaches are hit or miss, either super pretty but having some insane weather or full of trash. There are some pretty nice beaches here. I will say the water was nicer to swim in Texas because it wasn't freezing, because the Pacific Ocean is cold. Oh my gosh. I don't like getting in the water here very often, unless it's like the middle of summer. And even then I get chilled. Gotta have like a wetsuit. And also like the tides here are crazy. It's so dangerous to swim here. Starmy says Ontario beaches are just brown. Oh no. Life is funish. I'm from Australia and I love the beaches where I live. There's a couple that are just stunning. Oh, that's gotta be really nice. Yeah. Starmy says, give me your sharks. Alice says, I would have to travel a good number of hours to reach a true beach, but there's a lake nearby that totally doesn't have a yearly body count. Oh no! I was about to say lakes can be pretty nice too. Yeah, because like if we wanted to go to the beach in Texas, it was like basically a 5 or 6 hour drive from where we were. Texas is huge, y'all. But in lieu of that, we'd either go swimming. We had a creek on our ranch, and sometimes we'd also we'd know people who had like a lake, or they had like a really big river next to them when we go swimming in like the lake or the river. Lesbian Chill Check says, I've never been to the beach in the USA despite being in Cali. Oh man. Oh, Mo says, yeah, I've been to a couple and it really depends on where you go. Never go to Santa Monica Beach. So, like, in Southern California, I think it just depends, like, which beach. There's, like, a ton of beaches, like, on the PCH, on the Pacific Coast Highway. And there's, like, some really nice little hidden gems if you know where to go. That are actually really nice, and not too crowded. But yeah, I typically whenever I go to the beach with people and I just hang out usually on the shore here, it's usually like a little farther north of Santa Monica, like more towards like I'm blanking. I'm sorry, I have to look up a map because my brain is tired. Oh, Malibu. If you go up more north towards like Malibu, there's a lot of nicer beaches up there that aren't as crazy. I feel like a lot of people go to Santa Monica because of the pier and everything. But yeah, and then also if you go farther south of Santa Monica, there's also some pretty nice some nice, well, like they're like not as busy beaches like down there. But yeah, you just gotta know. You just gotta know where the spots are. All right. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and just clean up the foreground to get it out of the way, I think. I'm gonna do like kind of my rough storyboard foliage, where I just kind of like really loosely indicate some kind of plant life. I'm probably gonna blur it out. I'm probably gonna blur out the stuff in the foreground. But I need to have it fully drawn out because I'm probably gonna do a pass later on where I animate things a little bit to indicate like some wind, and so I might I'll need everything to be not blurred and still in vector in order to do that. And it looks like we've got an incoming ad break in 45 seconds. Good to know. But one thing I'm going to do, you're going to see that I'm going to be like, the stuff that's in the foreground, I'm going to start like drawing all the way to the edge and then filling this in. Because actually, you can, yeah, going to the add dimension soon. once I filled it all in, I'm going to show you a really fun little trick you can do in Storyboard Pro, which saves a lot of time. And yeah, we're almost to the add dimension, everyone, and I'm going to probably just be quiet. Okay, and ads. I'm just going to work on getting these trees roughly indicated here, filled in, while the folks who are stuck in the add dimension are in the add dimension. And then when they come back, I'm going to show you all a neat little trick you can do in Storyboard Pro, which is one of my favorite things I've ever learned. Let's see. Annie says, all right, I got to turn in for the night. See you next time. Well, bye. Thanks for coming. All right, I think the add dimension is over now. Yes. Life is Funner says, if anyone ever comes to Australia, I highly recommend going to Rottnest. I'll have to keep that in mind. Bumper Car says, I have to go in an hour, so hopefully I'll get to see this frame finished. I'm going to take it as far as possible. We might not get to, like, animating it today, but we'll probably at least get, like, the base frame done, or like mostly done. Oh no. All right, we're almost. Let's see. Gonna move this up just a little bit. Okay. All right. So we're almost done. Okay, we've got the foreground in, and I'm actually gonna. So this is the clothesline right here. I'm gonna actually move this onto a different layer. But I'm gonna put it like right in front of it. Okay, so we've got our foreground here, and something really cool you can do in Storyboard Pro is, I have a hotkey set up for this, but if you have things that are fully filled in like this, once again, this is all that's going to be shown on screen. But if you have things that are fully filled in like this all the way to the edge, wait, hang on, I want this color. I have a hotkey set up to do what's called generate auto matte. I think this radius should be good. I'm going to test it, and look at that. It fills it in automatically for you, and usually you only have to do like minor editing to get it just like you can see here, There's like a few things it filled in that are technically supposed to be not filled in. And normally for like a storyboard that I was turning in, I would just leave it because this is honestly fine. But for this, I'm cleaning it up a little more than I normally would because it's going to be like a nice little like scene that's going to be posted. So I'm going to turn that off so I can see these lines a little better here. My favorite thing also is that if you have multiple panels, we don't have multiple panels right now. We will later, whenever I get into animating a little bit for this little scene. But you can also, if you have multiple panels, I'll show this off really quick. You have multiple panels, and say like, say we have like the close, this panel, and maybe like, hang on, I'm gonna turn on, maybe, maybe like this fell down between frames or something, but I hadn't colored anything yet. So what you can do actually is you can select multiple panels, and you can fill multiple panels across a timeline. So anyways, that was always always something that was very useful, especially like as a storyboard revisionist, because one of the things I got asked to do as a storyboard revisionist a lot of the time was fill panels to make them a little clearer, like make things stand out. Let's see. Lesbian Chilchuk, I was checking your schedule, and I think it's so funny you have a stream set up day before season 2 drops. So I think I have it on automatic. I have it just automatically on. I might have to change it around. Like, some of those days might change when it gets closer to the drop, and my schedule might change by then. I think I just put it, like, it's automatically just like, you have streams going on every Sunday and Wednesday, like, indefinitely. But I'm actually going to be going on vacation, I think, the weekend the show drops, but I was talking with like a couple of other storyboard artists, and we were talking about possibly like maybe trying to do some kind of stream like around, like maybe a stream before the show drops, like counting down to it. Maybe not necessarily counting down to it, because I'm probably going to be gone like right before it, but and then maybe a stream like a week or so after it drops. Yeah, we were talking about like maybe doing like streaming, because we sometimes we've done like those Magma Studio boards where we all draw together. Anyway, some of us might look into trying to put something like that together, and we'll see how that goes. Star me the stream after the drop. That's going to be insane. Life is funnish. I can't get over Kenji in the window. He's taking me out. Yeah, so my idea for like when I animate this is I'm going to have him like peek out through the blinds. I didn't really indicate. I'm going to do the blinds in a bit. I'm going to have him peek out through the blinds and then just like close the blinds. Lesbian chill check. You're gonna leave us to be crazy by yourselves. I'm gonna give you all the weekend to process the season, you know? The week, more like the week, because I'm gonna be gone for like several of the days leading up to the weekend, and then yeah. But yeah. I'm starting to get excited for the season drop. It's been kind of like, oh, it'll get here eventually, but now it's like, ooh, it's September. October's next month. Slowly but surely we're getting there. Okay, that's pretty good. I'm gonna have to like, okay, so I'm gonna do something like, what it's gonna look like in the final is I'm actually going to have it like this, so the foreground's gonna be blurred. I don't know if you can see my layers on the stream. I don't think you can. But I actually have like two different versions of this in my file. I have the vector version still, because I copied it before I blurred it, because I'm going to use this later on to whenever I get to like doing the little animation, because I want to be able to move the leaves still, but it is going to be blurred out like this, to make it feel more cinematic. Because you got your nice one thing you can always do to make things feel more cinematic is you got your nice foreground, your middle ground, and your background, creating a nice depth. Oops. Okay. I think I might actually... I'm just going to clean up a couple things on here and then just fill it in too, because I think it doesn't need to be taken super far. I'm adding like a little more detail than I normally would for like a board. Mostly just because this is gonna be more of this is not quite it's like a storyboard illustration almost, like a little animated storyboard illustration is more of what this is, I guess you could say. What we're going for here. This, because I probably would have, if I was doing like a storyboard here, I would have moved on by now. I'm doing more detail than is necessary, mostly because it is going to be like posted. So you want it to look nice for the internet. But yeah, I'm just gonna go ahead and before I clean up Darius and Kenji, I'm just since I'm already here, I'm gonna do all the background stuff. Lesbian Chilchuk. I do sometimes see storyboards that are pretty clean, at least with its characters. One thing I will say, a lot of storyboards that people will post are ones that they have cleaned up because people were intending them. They were like, oh, I might want to post this for my portfolio. I would say a lot of working storyboards, like most of them, are a lot looser and uglier than people realize. In a lot of productions, like there's some productions where people are crazy and they'll do like they'll just do like completely clean stuff like all the time, but I would say not my a lot of my stuff, you'll like a lot of the boards I've posted, I think there's some there are some like there's like a few frames here and there, like a few scenes in some of my sequences that I've posted where you can see where like there's some things that are cleaner than others because I left things that I deemed like not as important to clean up for like clarity, like either because of like clarity or just time. I was like, oh, this is clear enough for like this shot and I need to I want to focus on like making this other thing more like a little more detailed to really try and sell like a specific idea or something. Liv's Doodles. OMG. Hi everyone. Hello, Liv. So late. I'm so late for the stream. I was not home. How are you doing? Everything's doing pretty good. We're just doing, we're just animating a little scene, a little, I'm calling it like a little, storyboard pro illustration, a little animated illustration that I'm going to do. We're just on the base first frame right now, but it's, the idea for this is, the night between, when Darius was left behind at Kenji's place and when they went to go, to Daniel's. Where did Darius sleep? I think he slept in Kenji's hammock. So that's what we're currently drawing here. And then earlier in the stream, I also drew. Basically, this has just been a stream of like, oh, look at all these unused like set pieces around outside Kenji's trailer. So, because you can also see like he's got like this chair and this cooler, and I always kind of pictured him like maybe sitting in the chair like at like his lowest points and and maybe like I think maybe after he broke up with Brooklyn or maybe after she died, I can see him just sitting in that chair with like a six-pack and maybe some cigs. And we always joked on the show that like maybe his voice changed because he took up smoking. Anyway, not canon at all, not canon, mostly a joke. Also, DreamWorks, don't get mad at me for depicting our characters smoking and drinking, but he is over 21, so he is an adult and he can do what he can do what he needs to. Anyways, life is finished. They need the get along t-shirt in this episode. Starmy says, imagine if you got Allosaurus in that hammock. That'd be crazy. They picked up the Allosaurus before this. It's no longer out. It's fine. Although technically, fun fact, the set where Kenji's trailer is, technically, if you technically the clearing where his trailer is, it was reused for multiple scenes actually, and one of the scenes it was actually reused for is without the trailer and everything. It was the same set that was used for the spot where Brooklyn gets attacked with the single light post. It's the same set. So yeah. I'm actually gonna do a quick pass on. I'm gonna separate out these. I might separate out these blinds, but let me see. Okay, I think it's like. Actually, let me double check something because I need. Okay. I'm not actually sure if the blinds in his cabin. I don't know if they technically do close. I'm going to make them close anyway. I'm going to retcon the fact that I don't think these blinds are technically able to close. I'm going to show you what they look like from the inside, because that design was posted online. But I am seeing now, at least in this, I think this is the concept. Well, yeah, I don't know how finished this was. I'm seeing now that I don't think they have like like these blinds at least on this side. I don't know if they have means of closing. Let me see. I'm going to open up a couple different references just to double check. I'm going to do it in Photoshop actually because it's harder for me to paste stuff into Storyboard Pro. That's the one downside of Storyboard Pro. But you can see like... yeah, I don't see that there was... It kind of looks like they're built in to the trailer side, which kind of sucks. And then here's another version where it's lit. The other blinds I know can open and close. But I don't... Yeah. Well, it's fine. I can do anything because this is not for the show. So I am no longer... Oh, whoops. I realized I didn't open Photoshop. Put Photoshop back on the screen. Okay, sorry. This is what I was talking about as far as the blinds go. So like this is the unlit version, and you can see like it looks like it's just built into the trailer, and this is the lit version, and it still looks like it's just built into the trailer. And I'm not sure if you can actually. That's so strange. I have blinds similar to that, but there's like there's a rod in the middle, and you can either tilt the blinds like up like that, or you can tilt them like down like that. And I kind of assumed that was what they were. You see these blinds over here, they're just like regular Venetian blinds. But anyways, it doesn't matter. I'm going to pretend like they are the kind like that I have that just tilt up and down, and we'll make it work. Yeah, Stormy, I cannot imagine perma open blinds. Yeah, like what an awful cursed design. Live studios. It's like it's so funny to think about Ben judging Kenji's van because his is arguably worse. This is technically a trailer, not a van. It's a little bigger than a van, but yeah, like they both have. They both sure do have living situations. Mo says Ben's looks like a beaten up mom van. I don't know if I'd call that a mom van because it feels more like Ben's van looks like a van that got repurposed from either like some kind of company or like maybe like a maybe someone who is doing stuff that maybe they probably should, like some illegal activity. Like it looks like an illegal activity van. You know what I mean? Like if that van pulled up in your neighborhood, you'd be like, "Hey, there's like a sus van out here. I think it's watching me." Yeah, like yeah, like Mo says it used to be a weed van. Alice says at least Ben's van can move. Yeah, like I think theoretically there should be a trailer hitch over here on this side. But I don't think there is one. And it's just cuz yeah, anyways. It's just sitting on these tires. Like that's all that's holding it up over there. Which is also very funny. I wonder if he parked it there without the tires initially and he tried to go to bed over here and the van just like tilted. I mean the mobile home, the trailer. Okay. Oh yeah, I was gonna do a pass on the blinds. And I think gonna do all right, so that's what they look like from that angle. I'm gonna move to a smaller brush for these, and I'm gonna actually just draw completely over the top of this. Yeah, it is. I think they are just built in. That is so cursed. I'm going to stretch reality a bit for this, but man. Livstoodle says a friend of mine is currently watching Chaos Theory for the first time, and I have a front seat to them losing their mind, y'all. Is this how the crew felt when we first saw it? Probably a little bit. I do love introducing people to things that I have seen and just watching their reactions. It is one of the greatest joys, I think, in the world. this close enough. Okay, the blinds. Livesdoodle says, I'm very persistent. If I'm into something, I will eventually get my friends to watch it. Oh, looks like we've got an ad coming up in a minute and a half. All right. I'll read a few more chat messages and then I'll draw a little more during the ad. Oh, someone's got a season 2 bingo going. It's fun. Al the Parakeet says, sorry, not sorry, watching people react to shows you love is actually so much fun. Yeah. Mo says, I forced my friend who loves the Jurassic franchise to watch Camp Cretaceous because they never watched it, and now we just geek out about it together. Lesbian chill truck dragging me to the ad dimension. No. Yeah, I think I set the ads on like just the default amount. I'm not sure, like I'll see like what the what the revenue breakdown even winds up being for this frequency. But yeah, all right. I'll see you guys in a bit if you have ads. If you have ads coming. And I'm gonna draw these blinds. Oh, I already have a layer for the blinds. All right. I think actually, if I remove this, I can kind of fake that maybe this is like something similar to what I have on my windows. Like the control rod kind of. I'm gonna do that, I think, maybe. Or I have it, yeah, like, yeah, let's try that. So exciting. Just drawing blinds. Probably gonna copy some of these. Thanks, Livs Doodles, for subscribing with Prime. Yeah, I used that free Prime subscription. I didn't even realize they had. I didn't even realize they had like that tie-in. Livs Doodles says, "Yippee! Since today is the first, I can use my Prime. Yay!" Life is Funnish says, "Let's test out message highlight." It sure is highlighted. But yeah, thank you to everyone who has subscribed today and followed and everything. I'm still like, wow, I got to affiliate like much faster than I thought I would. I can just copy all of these and then adjust the perspective a bit. Oh, and then I also I'll need to position it so that his eyes are going to be seen through the slats whenever they're open. Oh, I'll finish copying these and I'll move them around a little bit because I need to adjust the perspective. All right. I might make them a little bigger, just also so I don't have to draw as many. Okay. It's almost there. Some of these are a little... Oh, the glamorous life of an artist, just drawing, trying to get chairs and blinds and things drawn correctly with the right perspective and spacing on all the parts. It's a glamorous life. Okay. That's close enough for now. Let's see. Oh, I just... this needs to be... I'm trying to MC Escher design these blinds, how they'd function. Actually, I think if I space everything out, that might work. Almost out of doing these blinds. And then we can do, I'm gonna do the fills on all the background elements, and then I'm gonna do my passes on Darius and Kenji. And we're probably, I don't know if I'm gonna get to like doing the little animation pass today. I might be able to start it a little bit, but we'll see. We'll see how far we get. Nope, that's not quite right. Oh gosh. All right. Just very detailed blinds. Okay, we got some blinds. Got some blinds in there. And Kenji. I think, gonna space this out just a teensy bit more so we can get more of his eyes. Roughly something like this. Bumper Car says, that looks great, Heidi. Life is Funnish says, this is looking sick. Alice is looking great. Thank you, thank you. All right, I'm gonna take a drink of water really quick. Gonna do my Darius pass to make him cleaned up a little nicer. Just pulling up my reference on my other screen really quick. Perfect. Lesbian Chilchuck says, Kenji's side-eye game is crazy. I might go in and do like another pass where I go even like more detailed on like his eyes with a smaller brush. Because I did that on my other one where he's sitting in his truck. Life is Funnish says, Darius is a fat mood here. He sure is. Bumper Car says, Chad, I have to go. This was so much fun, Heidi. Can't wait for the next one. Thanks for stopping by. Glad you had fun. Yeah, so one of the things I mentioned before is like in storyboarding, like trying to find ways to like indicate volume really quickly. So that's what I'm doing here with it, like the way his puffer jacket. The way his puffer jacket is. And then, let's see. I feel like I drew Darius with his arms crossed so often. Feels like he's in timeout. Life is finished. I mean, he basically is by Kenji. Yeah. It's like a timeout mood. But he's a grown adult. Adjusting this a little bit because I think his feet would come down into like a separate bump actually. Yeah, that feels better. Yeah. Got to do a couple details on his hands, and then we've got basically the base for Darius. Lesbian Chilchuck says, now Darius looks like a cat. Cat boy. Moses Catrius. Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I do like a fist. Almost. And we've got an ad break coming up in 50. Yeah, the return of Darius. Just a little. I think this needs to be up a little higher. Okay. Moving on to our little Kenji pass. And we're almost done with the, hold on, an ad break. I'll say it right now and then I'll say it again. But we're almost done with this, this first panel, before we get into doing the animation part. We're so close. I think the ad's done. Okay. Let's see. Lesbian Chilchuck says, I do love his puffy jacket. No, I'm in ad dimension now. Yeah, I tried not to say anything while some of you were in ad dimension. Life is Funner says, do you make your brushes or are they pre-made ones? I usually use the default ones. It's easiest. I'll say it's easiest for other people if they need to do any changes. So if they want to try and, like, if you need a revisionist to do any changes and they want to match your brush, I kind of prefer not to get too fancy. The brushes I use, I don't think my brushes interface shows up on here, but because it's just showing you the window. But the brushes I use, I did alter this one a little bit. It's just like it's a tilt brush, a tilted like diamond brush. But it's just like one of the basic Photoshop brushes. I mean, Storyboard Pro brushes, and it's like, I don't know how much I did to show extended properties. Yeah, it's just the brush type is just a solid vector diamond shape that I tilted slightly so that you can see like whenever I press down what shape it is. And that's pretty much it. And it's just like it has like some pressure sensitivity, and you can just change the size to get different things you need out of it. That's what I'm using right now. When I used to board on the show, I used a different brush when I was boarding on Chaos Theory. I'm going back into using this brush for stuff, but originally when I was boarding in on Chaos Theory was it was also a default brush called Pipe Cleaner in Storyboard Pro, and there was some like it's still a vector brush, but it's got this texture. I know not everyone liked it because if you fill it in, there's sometimes like a texture with it. But I liked how for Chaos Theory, there was something about boarding with this like textured brush that just felt really nice. Because there was another storyboard artist I knew who used it, so I tried it out and I wound up using it like the whole time I was boarding on Chaos Theory. Your mileage may vary. Because you can get like a cleaner line with this, but there was just something about boarding with this one that was like, it just felt really nice and sketchy. But yeah, from a distance too, you can't really tell. It's only when you get closer up. But yeah. I don't tend to use like a whole lot of different brushes. Let's see, and I want my tilt brush back now. Yes, there you are. Even when I'm in Photoshop, I don't use a whole lot of different brushes. I have like a few that I have a few brush sets that I got that I really wound up liking, that I just use variations of, or I just use the default ones and like the Kyle T. Webster ones that came with it. I want to get his eyebrows. I want to get his eyebrows in here. I might adjust the blinds a little more in a bit, but or later, because I think it's almost 7. So I think after I do this pass and do like the shading pass, I might call it. A little too narrow. I could also put him over here, but Oh, Starmy says, okay, I'm back from setting up a shoe rack. Ooh, nice. Yeah, we're almost done with this, this first panel, or at least the pass on it. I'm just messing with a couple details on Kenji. I might mess with it some more later. I don't know. I think this is fine for now. Okay, and then I need to be sure to do that so we can fill him in. And we're gonna fill everything in and get like the first base scene basically. Yeah, I might mess with the blinds to get like just the perfect like amount of his face like showing through it a little later, but this is fine for now. I'm actually gonna do the blinds first because they're gonna be. Oh, I need to finish drawing them through in order before I could fill them in. This might not work because it's more delicate. It's really small. Let's see. Let's try like 25. Did that work? Ah, that did work. Nightmare blinds. Okay. Yeah, so we're gonna fill. What is? I don't know why that's so big. Oh, is it because? Oh, it's because of this. I'm just gonna move that so I can see. Oops. Kenji, come back. He's gonna be kind of like. Actually, I'm gonna darken these a little bit because this is gonna be at night. I have to remember this scene's gonna be at night. So, actually, I should have done this from the beginning. For night scenes, I usually, before I start doing anything, I usually will color the whole thing like a medium, like this, and then I'll adjust everything kind of accordingly. That is gone. Whoops. Just lightened it. Yeah, like a little bit. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna have to redo these because I want this to be darker. I forgot this was supposed to be at night for a second. Get more lighting effects and stuff this way. Okay. I'm gonna fill you in. Oh no, I forgot. You need to be much higher. There we go. These slats. They also need to be darker. All right, yeah. And then I'm gonna put this on another layer. This is also more layers than I normally work with, but I start doing more and more layers if I'm doing more like illustrative work, because it's better to have a lot of things separated out. Yeah, there we go. It's better to have things more separated out if you're doing like illustrations and stuff, in case things need to be edited or moved around. Life is funnish. He's been outside in broad daylight. Some hikers walk by and just see Darius pouting outside on the hammock. Yeah. now I can do this. Oh yeah, it's all coming together. I might also do, okay, I'm gonna fill this in and then I'm gonna do like a couple little effects. Let's see, maybe a little, yeah, that's better. Oh, whoops. I did just realize. No, I'm gonna redo this one because I didn't get the tarp all the way. Hello? There we go. Life is fun. It's so fascinating watching this be done in real time. I love it. Yeah. Yeah, there is something really cool seeing how stuff like this comes together. The process, depending on what it is, also can be very long or very short. We're cooking now that we've got like all the base elements. Oh, whoops. There we go. I think I'm gonna do like a gradient for the background a little bit. How did I used to do this? Okay, because gradients don't work quite the same in Storyboard Pro. So what you actually do is, one sheet that a lot of us use is we take just like this soft shading, this soft shading brush, and we make it as big as possible and just push down, and then, oh, I actually want this on a different layer also. And just kind of create a gradient that way. There we go. And I'm going to copy this on the bottom as well. Realize, no, that should be filled in because that's a other leg. Okay. Mo says, I've always been so interested in storyboarding. These streams are super cool to watch. Yeah. So like this is using like all the tools that you use for storyboarding. I will preface again though, this is going much farther. A lot of this is going much farther, and like I've been like babbling on about like separating out all these layers and things the whole time. A lot of time I wouldn't go quite this far for a storyboard. It would be a little looser. Let's see. I'm gonna use the stencil brush really quick to fill in this tarp because I think it needs to be, oops, I need to change brushes. It needs to be darker. Hello? Stencil brush, are you working? No. Oh wait. There we go. So this brush that I just used, if you draw on top of a layer, it's supposed to just not draw outside what you've colored. It's kind of similar in Photoshop to like clipping something to a layer. Let's see. Oh, I just realized there should be space here. Because this hammock, these are just strings, so the hammock's only filled in the body over here. Yeah, but I'm sure this is still like got a lot of information on just like workflows you can use in Storyboard Pro if you did want to do like a little storyboard illustration animation thing like this, which we're not going to get to the animation part today probably because we're getting close to 7, but Starmy says we'll be taking the grayscale into consideration with my sketches. Yeah, grayscale is really fun to work with, and I feel like if you do storyboarding a lot, like it's really easy to just be like, yeah, I'm just going to do this in grayscale. Let's see. I'm going to do a little kind of glow from the window. If I can find a layer to do it on, I think. Yeah, let's do it up here. I'm gonna reduce the opacity a bunch. And then on Darius, he should be lit, kind of backlit by the window. So I'm going to indicate that really quick. And actually, like, the laundry and stuff should be too. Oops. Oh yeah, I'm just doing Darius right now. My stomach is growling. I'm like, it's dinner time. It should be dinner time soon. Stormy says, forgot Kenji had a nightlight and thought he started glowing. I love doing glow effects. It's one of my favorite things. Yeah, I'm just like loosely doing this. I'll probably do a pass like where I clean it up a bit later on. But yeah, okay, hammock layer. Where is the hammock layer? Here it is. Oops. And I'm gonna take that off. Laundry layer. Hello? Oh, I have the eraser. It just gets a little more slight the farther away it gets. Mo says Kenji is bioluminescent. Starmy says, it's so fun in grayscale, but it pisses me off in color. Every time I look at my screen, Ben art, I'm like, man, this would work so much better if I could draw lighting properly in color. So, depending on what program you're in, there's actually some tricks you can use if, like, you can start off doing like things in grayscale like this, and there's like some tricks you can use. There's some tricks you can use in Photoshop actually to to light things, like to color things in black and white using overlays and stuff. Like for example, let's see, actually, if I just want to pull over my Storyboard Pro thing for a bit. Stop that. Okay. So like if we have this in Photoshop, one thing you can do, there's like if you color on top of something, this I would separate this out into layers before doing this, but if you color on top of something, you can, there's like all the different layer modes and stuff that can actually like help you like color things, which I use a lot actually, and there's different versions of this in different programs, but like you can very quickly like indicate, you can keep your lighting and your values and indicate like just like, oh, it's this color. Yeah. And there's also like lots of things you can do. Another thing you can do is you can if this was, say, like, let's see, you can also color things like what I would do is if you did this in, okay, this is, I'm trying to figure out how to like illustrate this with this image. So like if this, if we change the color of this, like just using like color balance, like that's already like a step. Like, so if you use, you can like just do something in black and white and then just change the color to something else as a base. And like, you can get a lot out of doing that. And then, oops. yeah, and then you can play around with like how saturated you make, like since this is a night scene, all the colors are going to be a lot more desaturated, right? But you can play around with doing like all your black and white values and then like changing like, or you can also pick a color like this for like you just pick like blue or something, and you do everything in those values, and then you can also set like the layer to like multiply, and like if this was like, this is normal, this is when it's normal, and then if you set it to multiply, oh also I think yeah, it's getting late. Laura Dern's daylight light just went out in the back. And if you do everything in like just one color like that, that can also, oh, getting an ad break. No, we're almost done. Let's see. I'm gonna snooze that. But yeah, I would play around with like, I would play around because like you can get so many different effects just through like using multiply and overlay, like, or the equivalent in your program. Yeah, Starmy says, I once saw a tip where you add the colors normally after coloring the background and then lower the opacity and color pick from that and properly color, and that works. Yeah, what I do a lot of times, I'll use a color picker for my base colors, and then I'll add like a layer that is just like red or something. Oh, not quite this much. To try like, and you can get like a little more like cohesion if you do that, or like the color balance, the color balance, messing around with like color balance, that can make your colors look more cohesive. I like to add a little red and yellow to whatever I'm doing, because it's a pretty common one to make. Come on. Where are my layers? It's a pretty common one to make like, I've already added some red here, but like if I hadn't, to make your colors like a little more cohesive. But anyways, this is like just a really quick like, so this is with and without the color balance, and anyways. A very roundabout, like, oh yeah, like, there's some things you could try. But yeah, like, I would definitely do, like, a value study of whatever you're trying to do. Like, especially if you're starting out and you're not as comfortable with colors. Doing your values first, and then color picking. And then, like, your values, if you do purple and blue, if you take all your values and you do them in, and you change it from black and white to purple and blue, a lot of times, and then set it to, like, multiply. A lot of times that's also a really good way to get the color, like get your colors looking a little more like grounded, because like a really common like shadow color in real life is like purple and blue, to contrast with like a light, like your light source, which is a lot of times going to be more of like a yellow, like a white yellow kind of light, or an orange. But anyways, that's just a little some of insane talk from me. I'm gonna do this Wednesday. I think I'm gonna, instead of doing continuing this, I'm gonna take a little break, and I'm gonna work on like doing some new icons for myself. Like I'm gonna do like my base icon, and I'm gonna do like a few like seasonal versions, and so if you can see more of how I work with color in that stream, and I can like demonstrate a few different of those ideas. There's a lot of different ways. There's a lot of different ways in different drawing programs to get basically like the same effects. But yeah. Anyways, yeah, so we got a pretty good starting point. I think, oh wait, hang on. The only thing I wanted to add still is I realized this tree should have a little bit of light. So I'm going to do that really quick. I should have just like a little bit of rim light, because it should be catching a little light from that window. And that really makes it, yeah, kind of like pop a little more. And I think these could have a little bit too. I'll probably go in and like adjust this. This is just like a really quick indication. And then we can copy it and turn that off, and then do the blur effect again. Yeah. Yeah, life is funners. Thank you for that rundown, Heidi. I hope that yeah, I hope that was a little helpful. Anyways, yeah, so we got our night. We've got the bones for this little animated illustration that we're gonna actually animate probably next Sunday. But yeah, thank you all for coming. This was a very fun stream. I also realized I might need to one thing I didn't do, I might also adjust between now and then. I realized these should be more in perspective with this tree, but that's fine. I can mess with that later. But yeah, so that's a rundown of how to like do like a cleaner than normal storyboard style illustration that you can then animate, because it is in a program that is convenient to animate. And yeah, like next time I'm gonna do like, I'm probably gonna have like Darius like swaying, and the laundry and the trees swaying a little bit in the wind. Maybe I'll have some compies run by. And I'm gonna have like Kenji like open and close the blinds. So yeah, it's a good base to start with. I'm glad everyone had fun, and don't play ad. Don't do it. Oh wait. Oh no. Is there an ad playing right now? Okay. I'll wait for I didn't catch the ad. All right, we got 40 seconds left, but yeah. I believe in this ad. It's almost done. 30 seconds. Yeah, I put it, okay. Yeah, I tried to have it give me reminders, but I don't always catch them. Yeah, I think sometimes it doesn't always. Okay. All right. I think the ad break should be over. But anyways, thank you all for coming. Thank you to everyone who subscribed or gifted a sub, or just for following me. Yeah, I'm glad everyone could make it. Next stream on Wednesday, it's gonna be at 1 or 2 p.m. I'll be sure to post like before, clarifying. But yeah, next stream on Wednesday, I'm probably gonna work on my icon, and it's gonna be a little more. I'm probably gonna do it a little more, kind of almost in the style I do for Lorcana cards, like my more like colored illustrated style. And then on Friday, I mentioned earlier I'm supposed to get my I'm supposed to get my free booster box from the latest set of Lorcana cards, so I think I'm actually going to open them on stream for fun on Friday, just for like a chill, like, bonus stream. And then, yeah, and then I'll animate this next Sunday. And, yeah, and then also, if I have time next Sunday, I wanted to do another pass on their alternate universe, like, poses, because I focused more on, when I was first drawing them, on just, like, the designs, and I think I want to repose them a bit. I might do it off stream, but I might do it on stream. It just depends. But anyways, that's what's coming up. Thank you all for coming. Hope you have a great rest of your week. Goodbye.